Good afternoon, everyone. It is my great pleasure to welcome you to UNESCO International Forum on Future Student Education. And I am Ji-hye Lee from Korean National Commission for UNESCO, and I'll be introducing the plenary session and programs today. After the successful conclusion of yesterday's event, we are now beginning the second day of the forum. This morning, participants have explored several schools and education institutions in Gyeonggi Province. This visit showcased innovative, localized approach to inclusive and future-oriented education. Before we move on, I would like to make a brief announcement regarding the schedule. Please note that there will be no orientation to thematic workshop after this session. We kindly ask you to go directly to the workshop after this session. Now, it is my honor to introduce our keynote speech, which will be focused on the theme, the right to education to right life in the digital era. Please join in welcoming 5 speakers, including our moderator, Mark West from UNESCO, with a big round of applause.
Thank you very much, and thank you to our Korean hosts for welcoming us here. I just wanted to begin with the small aside about Korea. The last time I was in Korea was in 2010, and I tried this new food called kimchi. I hated it the first time I had it. I hated it the second time I had it. The third time I had it, I said, this is interesting. The fourth time I had it, I liked it. And I can say that now I'm a connoisseur of kimchi. I love kimchi. I eat it all the time. So anyway, I think this idea that you can't say you dislike something until you've tried it a few times. So anyway, thank you, and thank you for kimchi. I really like Korean food. We have a terrific session lined up for you here today. The subject of our session is the right to education throughout life in the digital era. We're joined by 5 terrific speakers on the stage. Ms. Farida Shahid, the UN Special Rapporteur on the right to education, who will give the keynote address, will be joining us virtually. After Ms. Shahid's address, we will engage in discussion with the 4 individuals who are here in person on the stage. Let me briefly introduce these people. So right here to my right, this is Daniel Burrell. He is an expert on adult education and the implications of technology on the right to education throughout life. He is the executive director of the Institute for the Cooperation in Adult Education in Montreal, Canada, and the chairman of the governing board for the UNESCO Institute for Lifelong Learning. Daniel, thank you so much for being here. Sitting to the right of Daniel is Maria Smirnova. She works as part of Farida Shahid's team to help protect and monitor the right to education in the Office of the High Commissioner for Human Rights. She helps the Special Rapporteur develop reports on the right to education, including the most recent report on artificial intelligence. She is a United Nations colleague and based in Geneva, Switzerland. Maria, welcome. To Maria's right is Mike Thurman, the General Secretary of the Teachers Union in Singapore. He's a longtime teacher and teacher leader who works to enhance teachers' working conditions in Singapore and beyond. Mike, a pleasure to have you here. And finally, at the end of the row is Monjeni Tamara. She is a recent university graduate and digital entrepreneur from Zimbabwe. She completed her primary and secondary education in a mining village in a remote part of the country. She currently runs a small geoinformatics business. When I first met Monjeni earlier this year, I was surprised to learn that she had never used a computer until she was 21 years old. Today, at age 24, she makes a living developing dynamic digital maps. We're fortunate. Monjeni, thank you again for being here. So again, I think you can agree, we're very lucky to have such a distinguished group of speakers. Before the keynote address and our discussion with these speakers, I wanted to frame our session today about the right to education in the digital age. I want to tell you about 3 different countries. In country number 1, schools were closed for over 2 years because of a pandemic. During the pandemic, education was conducted almost exclusively through remote online learning. The government worked to provide connectivity and devices to people who did not have them. It also made efforts to help teachers develop technical and pedagogical skills needed to support remote learning. There were a lot of gaps and exclusions, but over time, many students and families benefited from distance digital education. When the pandemic ended, schools briefly reopened, but have since closed again due to a succession of severe weather events and a declining security situation. As a result of these disruptions, many students have spent the better part of the last 4 years learning online from their homes. Some people argue that education has improved in this country because of the shift, and many students are now using AI-powered learning applications to follow their interests and improve skills that will help them find jobs. But more people say that education has been diminished and is regressing further as it becomes more and more unhooked from the physical schools and in-person exchanges that happen in schools. Families and a few international organizations have protested that the government is not fulfilling its right to education. The government has defended itself by saying that the measures are necessary. It acknowledges growing pains, but claims that the changes reflect innovation and modernization, and that the right to education is being upheld and learning is catapulting into desirable digital futures. In our second country, country number 2, students attend physical schools staffed with professional and caring teachers. While the schools are deeply appreciated by the local community, their class sizes are very large, almost always 50 or more students per class. And many students do not develop strong literacy or numeracy skills as measured by international assessments. The schools almost uniformly lack internet connections, and very few students or teachers have easy access to mobile phones or laptops or other digital hardware needed to access online resources. Parents and others in the country have formed groups to demand that the government bring internet connectivity and digital hardware to schools. They say that in a digital era, the right to education is an essential branch of the right to education. Without connectivity, schools and the students who attend them are at a fundamental disadvantage compared to schools and students that do have internet access. For these reasons, they are pushing their government representatives to make connectivity a pillar of the right to education. Government leaders have responded to say that due to budget shortfalls, it is unable to assure connectivity for schools, but asserts that it is, nevertheless, fulfilling the right to education. And finally, in our third country, country number 3, schools and other institutes of education have excellent quality internet connections. Most students and teachers do not know anyone without a smartphone or a personal laptop, and most people have both devices, including teenagers and children. The government recently announced a policy to transition from paper textbooks and other printed learning resources to digital-only content. The government also wants schooling to be conducted fully online 1 day a week so that students can explore their own interests and projects at their own pace with AI tutors developed explicitly for education. Some people are supportive of the policy, but a lot of families are worried. They see their children spending 8, 10, or more hours a day immersed in their screens and virtual worlds. They are concerned that education is already overly digital. Students regularly use computers for assignments in classrooms as well as outside of them. Schools are one of the last places where people interact offline for sustained periods of time. Reading specialists have said that reading on screens is different than reading on paper, and that paper facilitates the development of linear reading skills, the ability to lose oneself in text and free the mind from the distractions that tend to be omnipresent in digital environments. Some parents in this country have called for a halt to screen-centered education and want their children to spend more time away from digital technology. They argue that the right to education entitles them to disconnected and non-virtual educational experiences. They claim that the growing digitalization of education is an affront to the spirit of the right to education. And they are advocating for a law that has been proposed to ban the use of personal internet technology in schools, and especially for younger learners. Ladies and gentlemen, these are not fictional or even future scenarios in the 3 countries I just presented about. They are educational realities right now. In sharing these 3 scenarios, I hope to illustrate the evolving nature of the practice and the right to education. At UNESCO, we know that as our technology changes, so too does our understanding and interpretation of the right to education. And when our understandings and interpretation of the right to education change, so do the practices of education. The governance, organization, and even the purposes of education are all deeply influenced by what we think the right to education is and is not. This is precisely what we are here to discuss: how the right to education is evolving in an era of accelerating digital change, and more to the point, how it should evolve. With this framing in mind, it is now my pleasure to welcome Ms. Farida Shahid, the United Nations Special Rapporteur on the Right to Education. If we can please give Farida a round of applause, she'll be joining us digitally. Farida, greetings to you from the beautiful city of Suwon. Before I give you the floor, I want to provide our audience with a little information about your distinguished work and career. Ms. Shahid is a sociologist and a celebrated human rights advocate with 3 decades of experience advancing education and cultural rights as well as gender equality. This is the 2nd time Ms. Shahid has served as a UN Special Rapporteur. She was the first ever Special Rapporteur in the field of cultural rights from 2009 to 2015. In this role, she championed the protection of cultural heritage and the promotion of cultural rights as integral to sustainable development. Obviously, a focus that lies at the heart of UNESCO's initiative as well. Currently, in addition to monitoring and assessing educational rights as the Special Rapporteur on the right to education, Ms. Shahid works as the Executive Director of Pakistan's leading gender justice organization, Shirkat Gah Women's Resource Center. She is kindly joining us today from her home in Pakistan. Farida, we are fortunate to have you with us, and we look forward to learning from you. The floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you. First, let me thank UNESCO and our Korean hosts for this much-needed chance to reflect. Exactly 10 years ago, as the Special Rapporteur on Cultural Rights, I said that in our ever faster, more globalized and technological world, it's time to pause and seriously think whether the development path we're rushing down is in fact sustainable or even desirable. That for progress to be sustainable, we must shift from conceiving of, planning for, and implementing development in isolated, disconnected silos to a more holistic approach which conjoins the environmental, economic, and social dimensions into a single embrace. And that, as a dynamic, vibrant process, culture provides the site for contesting and contested meanings and values, jostling for acceptance in an ever-changing world. It helps us resist and overcome adversaries and trauma, embodies our joys, fears, and hopes. Today, as the Special Rapporteur on Education, I would simply replace culture with education, because renewed social contract pivots on our vision of a desirable future. The development path we choose to reach this determines the shape and content of the education we'll embrace. From a human rights perspective, education must be a process that enables people to develop their full potentials, empowering them to participate fully in all aspects of social, cultural, economic, and political life. Centered on 4 pillars: learning to know, to do, to live together, and to be, education must redress past injustices and prepare us to grasp opportunities and meet challenges. It must nurture human creativity, surface multiple new thinking, and guide our engagement with our worlds. We should never confuse education with schooling. There are so many ways of knowing, of learning and teaching, and the human right is to education, not schooling. It would be a tragic mistake to discard the richness of diversity and what it brings. With a few exceptions, the educational system, originating in the Industrial Revolution, remained fairly intact. And then came COVID. On assuming my mandate, I was taken aback by the number of people who saw digitization as the panacea for all that ailed education. I found myself repeatedly stressing that digital technology was just that, a technology. What was important is who had access, how it's used, and how it's governed. I don't think the deployment of any tool can make education less relevant. But there's no doubt that digitization and AI is changing how education is delivered, assessed, and even conceived of. This panel says in the digital age, but at least 1/3 of the world's people remain unconnected. Huge digital divides exacerbate inequalities between and within countries, between men and women, boys and girls, older and younger persons, persons with disabilities, different language speakers, as the vast majority of tools are in English and just a handful of other languages. So what happens to leaving no one behind? How do we square this circle? My report suggests 10 strategies, but I'll not bore you with the details. What I do know from speaking to young people in an event on children's rights in the digital world is that unlike dinosaurs like myself, the digitally connected do not distinguish between on and offline life. It's just life. But at the same meeting, I heard the deep concern of a psychologist about how digital gadgets were impeding children aged 0 to 5 from developing social connectivity and interpersonal skills. Still, the digital genie is definitely out of the bottle, so we need to find a way forward that ensures human rights for all. Clearly, we need to urgently close digital divides. This means not just addressing access, but ensuring that designs enable all learners, regardless of age, location, or identity, to engage in active, critical, and creative use of these tools. People are trying, and the UNICEF ITU-led GIGA initiative aims to connect every school to the internet. But what if in the future, schools as we know them cease to exist? Who gets connected and where? In any case, lifelong learning is not limited to schools, so we have to think more broadly, more inclusively. Apart from the huge financial and environmental costs of vast connectivity, We must be mindful that bridging digital divides by itself will not create more educational opportunities. EdTech will not miraculously overcome illiteracy. It will not transform deeply ingrained gender biases that deny girls education or any other biases. And the quality of education does not always correlate with the amount of tech used in its delivery. But we do need to rethink the three pillars of education: curriculum, pedagogy, and assessment. Can EdTech be harnessed to advance the right to education and accelerate progress towards achieving SDG 4 and peaceful, inclusive societies? And if so, under which conditions? How do we ensure that the 4 A's of the right to education, availability, accessibility, acceptability, and adaptability, to which I have now added a 5th A, accountability, prevail? I love some of the marvelous things AI can do, like converting digital information into haptic feedback, which enables those without sight to see with their fingers, and it connects people with new ideas and communities. Ethically developed EdTech can make learning more accessible, more engaging. Digital tools can reduce the burden of routinized work, freeing up more time for educators to engage with learners. But there are key challenges. First, there are more than or around 80 distinct AI-powered applications and platforms used in education. But the impact of such tools on learners, teachers, or educational systems is unclear. And very problematically, the vast majority of evidence of claimed positive outcomes is produced by those who developed the tool in the first place. The push for digital transformation in the name of cutting costs, improved efficiency, accountability, and performance monitoring. In that push, independent studies showing negative outcomes are brushed aside, and the impact on the ecosystem of education overlooked. The impact of EdTech needs to be rigorously assessed through independent audits at every stage of design, development, and usage. Assessments on human rights, including children's rights, and algorithmic impacts can identify and mitigate potential risks. Perhaps EdTech providers should only be certified after demonstrating educational benefits and safety of the learners. I hope UNESCO's EdTech Tragedy Report receives the attention it deserves, as it highlights many issues, including impacts on learners' health and the empowering and enriching of already powerful private sector actors, which is issue number 2. The increasing use of commercial AI services and platforms expands the role and influence of private commercial enterprises in public education. EdTech companies are now starting to decide educational requirements and achievements, and sometimes insist the company is the education officer. The biggest danger, of course, is the reframing of education as a private and commercial good instead of a fundamental human right and public and common good, of education being shaped for profit, not for learners' best interests and the right to education. And a major reason this digital genie won't go back into the bottle voluntarily is that as data becomes the new oil, EdTech is a lucrative market worth $20 billion in just 3 years. By a child's 13th birthday, advertisers will have gathered more than 72 million data points about them. Entering schools enables tech companies to gather information, hook lifelong customers, and oblige students to open accounts with them. This increases the dependency of public schools, teachers, and students on services of largely unaccountable tech companies. We already know that the supposedly free digital tools provided to schools during COVID weren't free. Students, their friends, and family paid the cost through an invasion of privacy and data mining. Analytics were not shared with institutions who had no control and were unable to use programs for their own purposes. But technology production need not be based on proprietary and commercial models. We need to learn from and support public EdTech models that prioritize community-driven innovation and the common good over proprietary interests. Isn't it curious that so many EdTech tools mimic teachers and seek to replace them, but so very few are developed for teachers? And is it just that teachers are a far smaller client base? Call me old-fashioned, but I firmly believe that digital tools should never replace education with human teachers, that quality education demands quality educators, that EdTech simply cannot provide the emotional support and mentorship that human educators offer in building cognitive, socio-emotional development and empathetic connections. A third problem is the supposed neutrality of algorithms. Algorithms and the digital databases they're based on are biased. Algorithms reflect the biases and outlook of programmers. Databases exclude the marginalized who have no digital footprint. The evidence of algorithmic discrimination in terms of gender, disability, and race, for example, is deeply troubling. Education-specific tools generally have inbuilt safeguards, but can these really be disconnected from general-purpose AI systems that can amplify misinformation and provide output that's simply wrong? Heavy reliance on generative AI to standardize curriculum can perpetuate cultural biases, reinforce the dominance of particular worldviews, privilege white and male perspectives. Over-reliance on technology can encourage formulaic answers, inhibiting analyses and critical thinking. Using AI to standardize tests is problematic, as these tend to disregard cultural diversity, diverse worldviews and realities. To illustrate, with apologies to those who've heard me before, consider a simple question. What's the maximum number of people who can ride a motorcycle? Standard correct answer is likely to be 2. But in my context in Pakistan, the correct answer is at least 5. The dilemma for the student is whether to answer according to the reality she knows and observes, or whether to insert an answer that will earn her points by prioritizing someone else's reality. And how seriously can anyone learn by ignoring their reality or being punished for being true to me? This, to me, is not education. It's more like force feeding. Troubling, too, is the use of AI surveillance like facial recognition technology, despite clear evidence of biases, especially against students with disabilities of color, those who are autistic, or from different cultures. I have absolutely no problems untethering education from dominant structures and norms, having more fluid, lifelong learning models, but human rights principles must be adhered to, and EdTech tools must be framed around and respect, protect, and promote the right of every person to public, free, and quality education. Usage should be pedagogically justified and complement pedagogical approaches, curricula, and didactic elements in the teaching learning process. Fulcrum for the new social contract must be the human right to education. This demands upholding key principles, meaningful and inclusive participation in decision-making of all those concerned, non-discrimination and equality in access to the technology and its application, accountability of designers and deployers of tools for risks and harms, making reliable remedies available, transparency and access to information in the design, development, deployment of such tools, privacy and data protection. Data must be owned and managed locally by those it concerns. Educators, learners, and the communities must be meaningfully engaged in the design, deployment, regulation, and assessment of EdTech systems and tools. As persons with disabilities say, nothing about us without us. Teachers are not sufficiently part of EdTech decisions, students and parents even less so. And I rarely see young people at the table, and yet it's their future we're talking about. We need to understand their aspirations and desires, their concerns and fears, and we should be prepared for quite diverse views. But participation can only be meaningful if teachers, students, and the public at large are equipped with the knowledge necessary to critically assess and responsibly use AI tools. Preparing people to navigate a technology-driven future requires comprehensive digital literacy programs for everyone. Ethical AI frameworks may be necessary, but they're not sufficient because they remain often idealistic principles. We need robust, enforceable legal and policy frameworks. Of note in this is that the world's first comprehensive AI law, adopted by the European Union in March this year, considers AI systems in education and vocational training as high risk and requires these to be assessed prior to being made available and throughout their life cycle. It also guarantees the right to file complaints, and those who are affected by decisions made or influenced by AI systems must have that right to due process. In essence, AI decisions need human oversight and legal safeguards. Finally, the transborder nature and usage of digital and AI systems tools and platforms requires international cooperation to establish global standards to align EdTech with human rights practices. A good place to start is sharing best practices, even just good ones. I've run out of time, but allow me 30 seconds. My nightmare is frazzled learners and educators glued to screens in isolation, AI-generated questions and AI-generated responses with little to no human interaction tied to markets and profits. My wish is tranquil spaces for leisurely thinking, exciting engagement, allowing for mistakes, unusual questions, and stranger answers that will stimulate our thinking and our imaginations for a better and more peaceful world. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Farida, for those remarks and helping us make sense of the ways that our changing technological environment is changing understandings about the right to education, the practice of education, and more importantly, how it should change. We heard from Farida, the fulcrum for changes, digital changes to education, must be human rights frameworks. She reminded us that the digital genie is out of the bottle. And while there are tremendous potentials from these new sets of tools, there are also tremendous risks. What we're going to do now is we're going to move to our panelists. In our first round of questions, we are going to share some very quick reactions to what Farida just shared. So in about a minute or a minute and a half, if you could please just respond or what resonated with you from Farida's remarks. Daniel, over to you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mark. Thank you, Madame Rapporteur. What I take from your remarks, but also on your recent report on AI and education and the previous one on digitalization of education, it's to which extent EdTech and AI is a private business matter, private business sector, and I would add, of highly capitalized enterprise with research and development department uncomparable to what public universities and state have. So that genie that comes out of the bottle is the private sector genie. And I do think that the fear and the risk that we're facing is that states will become dependent of private actor. And to me, we need a public AI. We need a public AI that's more than a regulatory function. We need public dataset training, we need public algorithms, and ultimately we need public large language model. The same thing we did in the 50s, 60s, many societies created a brick and mortar school system, public school system. I think we do now have to create a NetTech and AI public system. And that's quite a challenge. And maybe not bring back the genie in the bottle, but probably keep wishing for a second genie to come out of the bottle, and it's a public AI for all. If not, we'll just create dependency to the private sector and we'll become into a new era of the privatization of education. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Daniel. And to what you just said about the openness and publicness of digital learning, I would add public digital learning platforms. And just to say that UNESCO, in partnership with UNICEF, works with countries around the world to help them create, establish, improve public digital learning platforms assured by public authorities and accountable to the public. Thank you so much, Daniel. Maria, you work very closely with Farida. Your reactions to what she just shared.
Thanks, Mark. Well, for me, it's this paradox of biased algorithms. Yes, algorithms are biased, but so is the internet, so is our reality. Remember when ChatGPT was first released, and there was this wave of discontent. We all started complaining about the biased algorithms. But it's the same as complaining about the mirror, which shows us our own reflection. So I would suggest, why don't we sit down with the tech industry? invite them to the table, invite them to the panel, and ask what could be done to make the algorithms less biased. Most likely, we will hear a response, something along the lines that it's technically possible to alter the algorithms. But once you start, where do you stop? To go back to the beauty analogy, a concealer will only conceal certain imperfections, but doesn't make your skin truly healthy. So.
Thank you very much, Maria. Mike, you're a longtime teacher, a teacher leader. You lead the Teachers Union in Singapore. Your reactions to what Farida just shared. Over to you, Mike.
One thing that resonated with me from Farida's remarks was that technology is not going to transform education. I think this is something that we need to bear in mind all the time. It is the people, because at the end of the day, education is a human endeavor, and it is the teachers who will transform education. Teachers who integrate technology masterfully in their classrooms are the ones who are going to transform education. If teachers' voices are not at the table, discussing and collaborating with technologies and technology companies, we are not going to see the change we envisage in this new social contract. Right? Teachers must be at the forefront. Quality teachers are the ones who will transform education. And I think if we have one last dollar to bet on, that's what we should be betting on, our teachers. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mike. Monjeni, you're certainly the youngest member of our panel. Your reactions to what Farida just shared.
Thank you very much, Mark. From me, what I have noted is key stakeholders need to be involved, because without us, the students, without us, the youth, nothing without us is nothing for us. So we need to be involved in these discussions.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Monjeni. We're now going to move into a new segment. I'm going to direct a specific question to each of our four panelists, and they'll respond for just about sort of a brief response with about 3 minutes. So, Daniel, moving back to you. The UNESCO Institute for Lifelong Learning, that you serve as the chairman, plays a unique role in supporting policy development and building capacity to make lifelong learning a reality. Much of the discussion and policy interventions around technology and education, however, tend to focus on children and youth exclusively, leaving adults and the elderly marginalized. According to the UNESCO Institute for Lifelong Learning, nearly 34% of countries allocate less than 1% of their education budgets to adult learning and education. What opportunities do you see to better support education and learning for this often neglected group? And how might technology play a role in addressing this gap and better extending the right to education to adults? Over to you, Daniel.
Thank you. If I look at UIL work, I see different opportunities, different avenues that can be taken. The first one is capacity development. UIL has many activities to help civil servants in education ministry to develop lifelong learning policy in an inclusive perspective with a focus on marginalized group. So tooling people who do policies, who implement policies, creates a lot of opportunities and empower the ones who are responsible to deliver for the state, for their ministry, services to the most marginalized people. And in particular, there's two areas where UIL is developing and creating a lot of opportunities. First, with cities. Right now, there's the 6th Global Network of Learning Cities Conference being held as we speak in Saudi Arabia. And UIL is putting a lot of focus on training civil servants to allow them to understand the lifelong learning perspective, to understand what inclusivity means, and to understand how to master and leverage all the educational resources in their territory for the benefit of all, and most importantly, the most marginalized of their citizens. The other one is a learning hub. How to create, and we have technology right now, The Learning Hub is an example of a publicly owned headtech to the service of UNESCO's member state, and we can pull and develop expertise and channel it through different activities. The second wide type of programs are specialized programs. On literacy, UIL is really involved, and as high-tech as we are, learning to read and write is still a challenge for all of us, for many of us. And I do think it's a 28th century challenges that's still with us in the 21st century, because we haven't finished the job that we aim to finish. And as we have a foot in the high-tech world, learning world, we also have a foot into the literacy world. So we have not finished the 28th century agenda in matters of adult education. Advocacy, speaking for, speaking with, is fundamental, speaking for lifelong learning. And it's not a negative thing that we always talk about school-based youth. But in the 21st century, we learn, even kids, infant, teenager, learn outside of school, learn different topic. Lifelong is also life-wide learning. And to me, it should be a given. Every time we talk about education, we talk about learning for all, in all the forums of life, and we move way beyond school because that's what reality is. And the last one, it's the most probably important role of UIL and create a lot of opportunities. It's monitoring international commitment, monitoring member state commitment. And in particular in adult education, there's the Confintea process. Every 12 years, countries, member state comes together and commit. And UIL has that higher responsibility to make sure that those commitments are delivered. And through that process, a lot of opportunities open to challenge countries about how they're responding to the most marginalized of their population.
Thank you very much, Daniel. Maria, moving over to you. UNESCO and other organizations have highlighted a concerning association between the digitalization of education and its privatization, and Farida, in her remarks, certainly highlighted this as well. While this is not inevitable, it is certainly and undeniably the global trend. Farida's recent report at the to the United Nations General Assembly expressed concern that AI in education might accelerate private capture of education and reframe education as a private and commercial good rather than a universal and inalienable human right and public good. And Daniel also called attention to this. What steps can be taken to slow or perhaps even reverse the increasing privatization of digital education? What can we do to better ensure that education aligns with the principles of public accountability and human rights and advances common as well as individual aims? Maria, over to you.
Thank you. How do we reverse the trend? No trend is destiny, as the Futures of Education report tells us. Farida's report does recognize that AI is a lucrative market, and where there's market, there's always an interest. So data is the new oil. There's a lot of unexplored data in the education market. Commercial providers push new AI tools into the classroom, but on the receiving side, on the demand side, there's also a need, a push for modernization of education through digitalization. Here, I would like to go back to the Futures of Education report, which highlights the critical digital literacy as one of the tools. It's to educate teachers, students, and public in general about the politics and economics of digital society, which I believe is very important. There are gains in the use of AI in education, but there are also losses. Loss of education budgets. According to the Right to Education framework, states have an international obligation to provide free and quality education for all to the maximum of available resources. So if public money goes into tech, instead of providing availability of education is problematic. Loss of privacy. Farida spoke at length about it, and even free use of AI in education is not free for children. We have a saying, the free cheese exists, but only in the mousetrap. So in this sense, we shouldn't be asking children to pay with their privacy for access to education. Loss of autonomy. And the most problematic here is the loss of pedagogical autonomy or institutional autonomy, when decisions are increasingly relying on AI-provided data or analysis. It's often said that AI is just another tool, it's just another educational technology, like Blackboard or chalk. But chalk is not going to collect 72 million data points on your child. Chalk is not going to write an essay. It's not going to review the essay. It's not going to assess your chances of getting into college or to drop out from schools. So, solutions. Farida's report has recommendations to governments, educational institutions, and civil society, international organizations. I will just highlight 3, which I think are most aligned with the Futures of Education report. First, the use of AI should be pedagogically justified. So we don't just go for everything new, shiny, and bright and accept just any AI solution. But we ask ourselves, does this AI tool give added value? Does it foster pedagogy of collaboration and solidarity? Does it bring us closer to solving those persistent problems globally in the right to education, which Farida mentioned: illiteracy, school closures, shortage of teachers? Second, we need to enforce legal frameworks, and Farida also mentioned several of those. I would like to mention the Business and Human Rights Framework, which already provides recommendations and solutions for human rights impact assessment, including the need for child rights impact assessment in case of schools, access to remedies, oversight mechanisms. And finally, stakeholder engagement is so important. And we need to include in this conversation those who are left further behind first. We need to consult with teachers, as Mike mentioned. We need to consult with students, and also invite tech sector to this table of conversation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Maria. Mike, moving to you. As Frida noted in her keynote address, AI applications often dazzle us, but they cannot yet and may never be able to replicate the emotional support, motivation, and interpersonal connections provided by human teachers, connections that we know are vital for learners. At UNESCO, we fervently agree with this, and I imagine most people in this room do too. But this is not the case for all people. A lot of the people I meet at technology and innovation conferences often believe that the future of education will be AI-driven and that learners will be interacting primarily with machines. Given this context, this sort of juncture that we're at, how should teachers explain their position and their role in education with all the advancements we are seeing in AI and the growing availability of applications that mimic much, if far from all, of what human teachers do? Maybe said differently, what would you say to a young person who loves education and would like to become a teacher, but is afraid that the teaching profession is likely to grow increasingly insecure and maybe even redundant due to technological advancements? Over to you, Mike.
Are teachers going to be replaced? Is that what you're asking? I'm tempted to stand up because it's like almost 4 o'clock in the afternoon and our eyes are closing, right? But let me first premise, I am not anti-technology. I use Copilot, I use ChatGPT. I've got a 15-year-old son who tells me, Papa, whatever I want to learn, I can always learn from YouTube. And he does. He does learn a lot of things from YouTube. Then I ask him, why do you like going to school? Why do you want to go to school? Right? What can the teacher do for you? His response is very simple. The interaction that he has with his peers and his teachers, right? The nudging, the slowly guiding of values, character development. He can see himself evolving as a human being, changing. His perspectives are changing. And I've seen it myself too. So that is the essence. Teachers mold the character and develop the human being. Now, more than ever, we need teachers, because teachers' role is even more crucial now, more than ever, because it's not about skills development. Skills development, I think technology can do a good job, but it's human development that we must focus on. Education is about human endeavor. Education is about people development. At the end of the day, it takes the teacher who can role model and mentor and guide. David, the General Secretary of Education International, always says this. Teachers are the first prompt engineers. Right? Because they prompt you, they nudge you, they make you change your perspective, they make you revisit your perspective. So at the end of the day, now we need this human interaction a lot more than ever before, because even as parents, we are busy. We don't have time for our own children. Our children are always on the device. So are we, most of the time. Then when is this human interaction is going to happen? When is the moral development going to happen? When are we going to teach our children the right from wrong? The responsible use of technology, the responsible use of biology, the notion of ethics, where will it be inculcated? It has to be the teacher. So I believe the teacher's role is even more vital. We are going back to the basics of education, what Socrates did, right? Slowly fine-tuning and crystallizing people's thinking. And that's what a teacher is going to do. And we need now that ever more than before. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike. An impassioned defense of the role of teachers. Thank you. Moving on to Monjeni. Monjeni, while a lot of people hold school-based and in-person education in high regard, I know from our previous conversations that the reality of this type of education is often far from ideal. Schools are often overcrowded and poorly resourced. Books in these schools are limited and outdated. Teachers are often poorly trained or lack real subject matter expertise. Sometimes teachers are paid so little and inconsistently that they need to work multiple jobs, and their teaching job is not always the one that carries priority. At UNESCO, we know that many students who go to school have trouble reading and writing even after several years of schooling. For some learners in these challenging contexts, technology has been a life-changing gift. I remember when we first met that you spoke about how much technology, Google, YouTube, WhatsApp, online courses, and now ChatGPT have helped you learn and develop skills that allow you to work and earn money independently. From your perspective, what is the relationship between technology and the right to education that Farida so elaborately shared with us? Monjeni, over to you.
Thank you very much for your question. Indeed, technology really allowed me to have access to educational resources that I didn't have access to, and they improved my technical skills, looking very well that at school we didn't have enough resources to learn everything that I was supposed to meet the industry demands. But however, technology alone is not enough, especially in developing countries where we have limited resources, the cost of data is expensive, and there is internet connectivity, everything. We face a lot of challenges in developing countries. So by this, we cannot ignore the roles of teachers. Teachers with a mentorship mindset. That I, as a teacher, I didn't manage to be a manager, to be a director, but I have to inspire and motivate my students to see that if I get educated, I'm going to have my own company. At the same time, we cannot ignore the role of parents, supportive parents. I am very fortunate that my parents are supportive, despite the fact that I come from a community where there is a lot of expectations. Girls are expected to just get married and be mothers. But my parents, every morning they wake up, there was, "Good morning, Madam CEO." And indeed, I was inspired and motivated seeing myself as a small CEO, and I managed to start a small business. Now I'm an entrepreneur, using my technical skills to do digital maps, making my own money, not looking at the society where people are being expected to be mothers. So as much as technology really works, we should not leave these factors alone, because we come from different backgrounds. Developing countries will continue being below, and at the same time, developed countries will continue to rise because they're already developed. You would see that a 20-year-old student in a developed country can do computer programming and do a platform that detects maybe water quality, but a 20-year-old student from a developing country is struggling to learn how to operate a computer. So as much as we can push for technology, we should also look at the factors like community. What is the community, the surroundings? What are they expecting from you? Because you cannot have a mindset of pushing, a mindset of yourself being educated when you are surrounded by people who are just seeing you as a mother. Some people just seeing you as a failure. So you need those mentors. I was very fortunate that I met teachers who had a mindset of being mentors, teachers that would see a potential in me and really inspired me and pushed me. Despite the fact that I'm facing a lot of challenges at school, we have limited resources, but I outsourced, and what can I do? I didn't just stand and say, no, we don't have resources, so I cannot achieve this. So in conclusion, what I say, technology, yes, really plays a major role, but we need to see at which factor, like we are talking about developing countries and undeveloping countries. So technology really plays different roles looking at different countries. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Monjeni. I saw some similarities between what you were saying and also what Mike was saying about, that human beings are needed to change culture and to change cultural norms and to remind people that they have opportunities and to help them grow into those opportunities. I think very important reflections. We're going to move to the final segment of our session here, and this is going to be a sort of lightning round. We're going to invite our different speakers to share with the audience one idea, one concept, maybe even one word that they hope you will take into your different contexts to help you make sense of this evolving right to education in our digital era. I'd like to begin to invite Farida back, if that's possible, and invite Farida to quickly share a reflection that she would like to leave with all of you. Frida, are you with us? Excellent. Thanks for being here.
So, yeah, okay. So I think one of the key things, and thank you to all the speakers, I think they brought up very important points. I think we have to decide what the development we want is and make education accordingly. I think you, Mark, also pointed out, I think that's very important that one size does not fit all. There are different scenarios, and this is a problem for planners because they don't like different scenarios. You want one thing that would be suitable for everybody. That does not really work. And yes, teachers, of course, education is about passing on what we think are essential values, skills, knowledge, and ideas about the future. And I think those should not be dictated by AI or digital means. It is human beings at the end of the day. But as Maria says, the disparities, etc., reflect the reality we live in. So we need to be mindful that education by itself and in isolation will not change the world. We need to bring it together as people wanting a better world that's more sustainable, peaceful, inclusive, with human rights for all. Thank you.
Thank you, Farida. Really appreciate you being here with us today. Daniel, over to you. Final thought you'd like to leave with the audience.
Recently, an author coined the word co-intelligence, reflecting upon a world where we combine the best of human intelligence and the best with the best of artificial intelligence. If we developed a right-based co-intelligence, I think we will reach what we're aiming at, using that technology for the best of us, but using also the best of us with the technology. And that co-intelligence would be that word that would try to encapsulate where we're going. It's kind of the destination. But a lot of road will have to be traveled to reach that. But I think UNESCO is an example that we have a beacon there that brings forward that right-based approach and that spirit with which we have to tackle technology. But we have a formidable tool now that allows us to answer any human being learning needs. It's not a matter of the tools, it's a matter of the will.
Thanks a lot, Daniel. Co-creation, I like it. Co-intelligence, excuse me. You said it 4 times. Somehow I missed it. Maria, over to you. Final thoughts for the audience.
Thanks. For me, it would be educational ecosystem, not just a bureaucratic system of education, dehumanized with numbers, graphs, grades, progression, but holistic vision of education ecosystem. That's what also a very inspiring Futures of Education report gives us this idea. So something we should treat with care and inclusion. So just like we should treat our own ecosystem, our damaged planet, with or without tech. And I would like us all to walk away from this forum today or tomorrow being ambassadors of this idea of pedagogy of collaboration and solidarity, and less of individualism, uber personalization and competition. In this sense, the right to education could and should be expanded in the manner of all human rights being universal and divisible, to include right to information, right to connectivity, and right to culture and access to science in this holistic view of educational ecosystem.
Great, thank you very much, Maria. And I think you're speaking about educational ecosystems. I think that's a lot of what UNESCO is trying to do with its Futures of Education initiative, is to bring in the many different stakeholders and diverse voices to help us reimagine the futures of education and move towards more desirable futures, and ensure that these conversations and these visions are not just monopolized by a single group. Mike, final reflections. What should the audience leave with today?
I'm going to end with what I started off with. Teachers transform education because education is a human endeavor. Let us not forget that. We are developing people, not just skills and knowledge. At the end of the day, technology must serve that purpose, the purpose of humanity, purpose for the humans and for us to thrive in an environment where we feel safe, secure, and we can move forward together. And teachers can make that happen. Thank you.
Great. Thank you so much, Mike. Monjeni, final thoughts. What should the audience leave with today?
Thank you, Mark. For me, what I'm going to say is it started warm. Let's put for initiatives that really changes the mindset of communities, because it's really difficult for a student to be motivated and see education as a way for success when the community and the surroundings are saying otherwise. So let's push for initiatives that change the mindsets of community members. And we need more Madam CEOs like me. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Monjeni. To close the session, I just wanted to share what I thought was a thread moving through all of the different interventions, and that is this idea of human agency. Going to conferences like this, the sentence I hear again and again and again is, how is technology changing education? How is AI changing education? How will AI change education? I think this sells us short. It's not quite right. Technology, certainly by itself, does not change education. People do. How technology changes education is very much a human choice. And I think that the education community, certainly at UNESCO and our other respective organizations, are getting serious about paying attention to the ways technology can change education and should change education, and not just taking the playbook of technology companies. So I think this idea that we do have agency over where we're going with technology is an important takeaway from this session. That brings us to a close, ladies and gentlemen. If you can please join me in thanking our different panelists and Ms. Farida Shahid, the Special Rapporteur on the Right to Education. Thank you again for your time and attention.
It was a very insightful discussion about the impact of digitalization and human-centered approach, and also the impact of interaction and teachers. Now we are moving on to our parallel thematic workshop. Each thematic workshop will take place in different meeting rooms. So please check the workshop that you have registered through our website. But also feel free to join any workshop that you're interested in. Here are the places for the thematic session that you will be attending. For the purposeful pedagogy curricula and assessment will be held in Convention Hall B. Teachers on the front line for change will take place in room 405 to 408. Social transformation through greening education will take place in room 401 to 402. Human-centered approach to technology in education is in room 301 to 302. And we have another additional announcement for those who are wishing to reserve removed bus ticket to Incheon International Airport. Bus ticket reservation information is now available on our website that you have registered with us, as well as through the application and the email that we have sent you. Thank you very much and hope to see you again. Now, let us begin with the plenary session under the theme Renewing Education as a Common Good, Who and How. This session will be conducted in both English and French, so please feel free to use the interpretation if needed. Channel 1 is for English, Channel 2 for Korean, and Channel 3 for French. And now we'd like to please join me in welcoming our moderator, Lafut Thaba, President of Global Campaign for Education and founder and also the director of the Teachers Creative Center in Palestine. Please give a round of applause.
Good evening. May I ask my colleagues, the presenters, the speakers, Yossi Manjinin, Stefania Chiba, Abdul Basit ibn Hassan, and Kerry Bauntindra, as well as my colleagues, Detex Julis. Welcome. Title actually is really very interested and attractive title when we are speaking about renewing education as a common good, who and how. And one of the things that we have been talking about is the social contract for education. And I am one of the people who was making consultation about the social contract of education, what the context, how should be there. One of the teachers who was attending this consultation asked me, does the social contract exist that we need to renew it? I remember when I was teacher in 1992, I was at that time fresh mind, and I keep telling the student, we have to think outside the box. And I remember one of the students said that, teachers, I don't know where is the box. So it kept in my mind till now, trying to find the books that I was speaking, that we should speak outside the box. So to speaking about social contract is very important. And I don't think, or I am not sure, if we can reach this agreement. I don't know, maybe not, maybe yes. It's need a lot of discussion. Because let me tell you something. As a Palestinian, who came from a human tragedy, I can tell you there is no education without a clear, explicit definition of the human being. We have to answer the question, what it means to be a human being. So depend on this, for me as a person, I can think about the future of education of my people. And I can also agree, I cannot, as a Palestinian or as an Argentinian, to think at the national level. We have to think locally, but also to act locally, but also to think globally in this issue in order to reach the justice that we are looking for. So the social contract that we are thinking maybe is different from country to country. Some people, they are thinking about the ideologies behind all the educational policies that affect our lives. So there is a differentiation between the people when they are thinking about all these social things. I hope in this session we will have some answers to a lot of questions that in our mind as educators, what the education that we are looking for What's the aim of the education that we are insist to do? What our role as a human being in this life? All these questions is very valid in this session. Today, we have 5 speakers from different countries and also from different levels, like which is some people came from national point of view perspective, some people from regional point of views, some people also from global point of views. We have today a presentation to Ms. Yusi Manjin and Stefania Chiba. Also, Yusi is first researcher at Andrea, where she serves as the head of the researcher unit, organizational model, methodologies, and curricula, and coordinator of Andrea Innovation Networks. Her research focuses on the future of education, exploring innovative forms of schooling that promote solidarity, based connection, and educational backed within framework of social contract for education. Her colleagues, Stefania Chipa, also first researcher at the same organization. We have a PhD in educational science. Her research activity focus on educational future, learning hub, social contract for education, and the school territory relationship, outdoor education, community educational backed heritage and citizenship curricula. She is, my friend Fernando will like this, she is an active member of national and international research group, European Schools, CNR, IRBBS. We have also our friend Kerry Bautindara. Kerry is the Learning Innovation and Information Specialist at CIMAO, Southern East Asian Minister of Education Organization Secretariat, a globally experienced professional with over a decade of experience in education, various subsectors. His work focuses on education innovations, including AI and education 21st century skills and education for sustainable development. Dr. Abdel Basit bin Hassan, President of the Arab Institution for Human Rights in Tunisia, within 3 decades of expertise in the field of the human rights education. Abdel Basit bin Hassan has worked in the development and implementation of the human rights programs and education reform in the Middle East and North African region. He has written on human rights education and culture, was a member of the drafting committee of the United Nations Decades for Human Rights Education. Abdel Basit bin Hassan served as a member of the UNESCO International Commission on the Future of Education. The last one is our friend Didactas Jolis, Director General of the Organization of Eastern Caribbean States. Since May 2014, Dr. Jolis has been driving efforts towards the regional integration of 10 Eastern Caribbean states toward a single economic and social space. We will start the first presentation with Yusi and with the Blanca. Blanca, principal of Argentina Freire School Forum of Future of Education in Catalonia, Spain. Over to you. Blanca, her title will be Education Transformation in Catalonia.
I'm going to speak in French. Bonjour à tout le monde. Merci de m'avoir.
Hello, everyone. Thank you very much for inviting me today.
Je viens de Barcelone, Spain.
I come from Barcelona, and I represent a school, innovative schools in Catalonia that have been working for years based on what the new social contract tells us. So it is to accompany all of the children in their growth process and contribute to their growth through education. This goal involves two major actions, and first is generating relevant and meaningful learning for everyone, and second is bringing out the potential in each and every one of them. So what is lacking, rather than formulating a new contract, is making the decisions that will make this new contract effective, the contract of action. Now, allow me to be more specific about what I'm talking about. In the 1990s, Spanish democracy modified the legal framework for education to attempt to evolve towards an advanced pedagogical model. Back then, the goal was to move from a selective school system more to an inclusive school system, and also move from learning based on the accumulation of knowledge towards a competency-based learning. However, these changes in the curriculum were not accompanied by the essential social pact. The curriculum was not accompanied by renewed training for teachers, nor sufficient financial resources to apply it to the educational system as a whole. But despite all these, the new education law in Catalonia, the creation of new schools, and the transformation of existing schools enriched an educational innovation ecosystem with student-centered schools. Now, how can we make this ecosystem benchmark or reference for the entire system rather than an exception? At this moment, UNESCO has issued a call. This is a call for the renovation of education at the international level with its Rethinking Education report, which has been translated into Catalan language and was presented in Barcelona by Mr. Tawil. Now, this report served as a pretext to unite the efforts of the named schools and civil society to generalize an advanced educational system. That is, to make the social contract a reality. We called it Escola Nova 21, which is an alliance promoted, among others, by Catesco, which was then the UNESCO Center of Catalonia. And it was promoted over a 3-year period from 2016 to 2019 and was led by Edouard Valery, who will speak tomorrow morning during this forum. Escola Nova 21, which developed and tested procedures for educational change, was structured around the following items. First, strengthening and increasing pedagogical reference schools. Second, applying change processes in a representative sample of schools. There were 3 sample schools. And lastly, disseminating change through dozens of local networks. So, in a total, there were about 500 schools that were involved. Although at the end of this program, the regional government created a laboratory for educational transformation, the impact of COVID-19 led to a regression towards more traditional models.
Malgré cela,
But despite all
école
these,
référente du programme Scola Nova
the
Vision
reference schools of Escola Nova 21 program created the collective called Forum Futur de l'Éducation, linked to the work promoted by UNESCO, leading to the report Reimagine Our Futures Together.
ces 40 établissements
These 40 institutions continue to explore how to improve education, particularly through the following. First, mutual learning and support. Second, promoting the necessity or need of educational transformation. Third, disseminating the UNESCO's Reimagining report, which was published in Catalan by CATESCO. One of these institutions is the one I lead, the Angeleta Ferrer Institute in Barcelona. This high school, which was created in 2021, is part of a program resulting from an alliance between the government of Catalonia and the Barcelona Institute of Science and Technology. And the goal of this school is to become an educational center of reference in STEAM, learning innovation, as well as educational research and training of teachers. Our educational project is characterized by globalized and competency-based learning. As you can see some photos of my students up on the slide. They are also personalized and self-learning, as well as a restorative culture of conflict resolution and the use of talking circles to foster connections between children, between adults, as well as between children and adults. Now, to conclude, at the beginning in my presentation, I said that the social contract requires two major actions, that is, generating relevant and meaningful learning for everyone and bringing out the potential in each and every individual. So to generate meaningful learning for all, we must do the following. First, change the role of teachers and their relationships with learners. Second, adapt teacher training and professional development to the new roles of the teachers. Third, adapt spaces and the educational system's organization to achieve advanced learning. And last but not least, make the boundaries between schools and civil society institutions more permeable. And to bring out the potential of each student, we must do the following. First, make the school a space that includes the full diversity of our society, which involves making equity and inclusion effective. Second is to make the school a space of well-being for students and teachers, which involves both changing selective dynamics and providing sufficient social and mental health support services for everybody. In short, I would like to say that the new contract is nothing without prioritizing the organizational and budgetary changes that make it possible, setting commitments and long-term policies. Thank you for listening. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. We are keeping trying to answer the question, what shift in governance approach are needed. This is when we are speaking about renewing education and also rebuilding social contract for education. This is the question, what is the approaches that has been done or should be done in this? Now we will move to UC and Stefania. UC and Stefania, their title of presentation, Building Community-Backed for education in Italy, whereas now we are trying to focus at the national level. From the national, we'll go later on to the regional level. Please.
Bonsoir. Merci.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, UNESCO, for inviting us. We're very happy to be here. So I would like to talk about our Italy's case, how we're accompanying the schools in the process of innovation of our educational system. We can say today that Italy is indeed a leader or pioneer in terms of social contract for education. Why? Because during the COVID-19 pandemic, the Italian education of Ministry Education launched 2020-2021 school plan. So in this plan, for the first time in Italy, actually it's the first institutional document where we find Community Educational Pact as a keyword. So this document actually includes a lot of tools to facilitate the relationship between schools as well as local actors. So the governmental institutions as well as the public and private institutions will work together to achieve an agreement that we call Community Educational Pact. In 2020 and 2021, about 10 millions of euros were invested or dedicated for this project. And this project allowed us to realize or implement community educational paths. So with the help of the local offices as well as the educational regional offices, we were able to achieve 676 pacts in Italy. And these pacts helped us to provide educational services to the marginalized. Especially during the pandemic period, there were lots of questions being raised regarding the educational system. So thanks to this community educational pacts, we were able to form a lot of alliances. So it was an alliance based on solidarity and alliance of pedagogy. So these types of alliances help to facilitate the relationship between the local actors as well as the schools, and also to further develop the curriculum that are interdisciplinary. We were able to facilitate intercultural dialogue, intergenerational dialogue. So this was to provide an authentic learning experience for our students and to make this world a better place. So with the Community Educational Pact, we were able to promote different types of schools. Especially, we were able to heed to the needs of the community and the schools in the community. For example, we have a pact to promote remoteness or to address remoteness. This is to guarantee the right to education through technology. We also have another type of pact that is community-based pact. This is to create civic centers for the community, including children and adults. There's also a pact geared towards openness. This is to create distributed learning environments that is outside of the schools, for example, outdoor spaces and cultural centers and museums. So all of these serve as a decentralized classrooms. So as you can see, we have a pact for sustainability. So Sustainability Pact aims to educate people about caring for the environment that we live in, how we can live and coexist better with our communities. So a school that empowers the whole community in the educational project and embodies the idea of proximity and serves as a center for community gathering and services. So this is the kind of school that we envision for the future. So this is a school that can function as a socio-cultural contributor, and it can help to promote the family relations as well as the relationship with the community.
And switch the language. So to go quickly into how we can put in practice the social contract for education from our perspective as Italian context and also as the Research Center for Education, we would recommend 3 major actions. First of all, the need for regulation. This is the first action. Actually, in Italy, we have a very powerful tool for regulation, which is called the Regulation for Shared Administration of Common Goods. But it's very little known by the school, but it's using this regulation, the school can in a very simple way come into an agreement with the civil society. For example, with families, associations, and also a private citizen for carrying the space of the school, for example, or to establish an agreement with a museum to broaden the learning spaces. Actually, more than 1,000 of local governments in Italy have adopted this regulation. And so the schools located in this municipality, for them, it's very simple to create a pact, to create an alliance with the local agency around to improve and enhance the right for education. And our commitment was to disseminate this tool into the Italian context. The other action, very important, is research, the research activity. In September 2021, we launched a national observatory on community educational pacts. Now we have 160 pacts, more or less, are collected there. And the observatory is a research center in a way, because first of all, it monitors the implementation of the pact in Italy. And it has also released a powerful tool for schools to measure the level of complexity of the pact they do. And every 2 years, we publish a research report enlightening the major challenges and needs facing by Italian schools in putting into practice the social contract for education. And also we have designed a template, we have released a template for school to design the vision of education they want to build with and for their community, the idea they have about the future of their community. And as you can see here, the vision mostly adopted by the school in the pact is the inclusive school. So a school that includes everyone. We have to work with the third vision, the fourth vision, the eco school. So the issues related to sustainability are on the way, but they are in the mind of the schools, as you can see here, because the sustainability issues are one of the 3 major goals the school have highlighted in their pacts. And lastly, but very important, is the teachers in service training. Yeah, I'm going to conclude. And professional development. So we don't want to leave teachers alone in this change. And so we have developed a national training programs for professional development of school leadership teams for the social contract, for the implementation of the social contract for education, and also guidelines and toolkits based on design thinking for school, with a special attention to schools located in inner areas and that can experiment a kind of remoting and being in different conditions, hard conditions, to have children attending school.
Thank you.
So yeah, this is from the point of view of Italy and our research center. So thank you for listening.
Thank you very much. Yes, the social contract is a concept where addressing the relation between the community, the families, the state, the civil society, each single active actor in education, and that's why building the community is one of the main elements towards building social contract. We will move to Mr. Carey, where Mr. Carey will highlight the title of Enabling and Supporting Education Innovation across Southeast Asia. Please.
Good afternoon. Thank you for having me. My name is Gary. I am a specialist in learning innovation at CMEO Secretariat. In case you are not familiar, CMEO stands for the Southeast Asian Ministers of Education Organization. We are working directly under the 11 education ministers of Southeast Asia. So for today, I will be highlighting why entrepreneurship in education is important. This is not an established program in CMEO, but it's something that CMEO is passionate about and is currently exploring. So before I can give you this story of Southeast Asia, I need to give you a bit of background about the region. So Southeast Asia, this is the map of it, 11 countries. And that Strait of Malacca, that small body of water, we depend on that for centuries economically. So ships coming from ancient dynasties in China, trading with ancient kingdoms in India and the Middle East would have to go through there. So think of it as a toll booth. And a lot of the people on these ships, the traders, the scholars, a lot of them would actually settle down in the many ports of Southeast Asia, mix with the locals. This is happening for centuries. And then the descendants of them will become today's Southeast Asians, myself included. So I want you to keep in mind this immense diversity, this meeting of differences, of cultures, of traditions that have been going on in Southeast Asia for centuries. Centuries is actually an understatement in this case. Now let me take you a bit to today's Southeast Asia, more specifically in my line of work. Working with the ministries, of course I have to talk to a lot of ministry staff. And one of the most common things, and I think people working in the region can relate, they always say that their capacity is already at maximum. Some would even say that they're already beyond maximum, they're overworking basically. And then going back to the new social contract for education, it's a very noble cause of contextualizing education. But I think as educators, we know that contextualizing education takes a lot of resources, it takes a lot of effort. So if you put two and two together, on one hand you have this immense diversity, there is a lot of cultures to contextualize to. And then on the other hand, you have this government that is already at maximum capacity. So in short, unless you're Singapore, I think contextualizing education in Southeast Asia, you can forget about the new social contract. It's too idealistic, it's not really realistic. That being said though, it is a noble cause, and if noble causes are not worth fighting for, then I don't know what is, right? So how do we then solve this problem? And at CMEO, we are pushing for empowering the locals through empowering the education entrepreneurs. So let me explain this. The locals would know best on what are the challenges in their locality, in their local context. The locals would also know best on what solutions would fit best with their culture. They would even know who the people are that should be doing and implementing these solutions. So a lot of people think that when I'm suggesting this, because ultimately I'm pushing for competition for education SMEs, if I dare say even an education private industry, they say, Gary, you're a total capitalist and all these things. But I don't think of it that way. I see it more as a balance between government role and private role. And we want to emphasize this because one of the countries in Southeast Asia, Singapore, it has a very centralized system, but it also has one of the most dynamic startup and venture capital environments. So even though they have a very centralized system, they still push for innovation through entrepreneurship. And they have one of the best education systems in the world. So this is the type of thing that we are thinking of. And then once the government sets the direction for this, of course, the next homework will be to empower the entrepreneurs. Doing this, there's a lot of things to do. I'm sure you've heard about incubators or accelerators, basically building the capacity of these entrepreneurs on how to scale up, how to enter the market, and so on and so forth. I also heard recently the Korean model to do this, whereby the Korean government would actually give a set of requirements, and then the education entrepreneurs can pitch their ideas. And then the Korean government would distribute these ideas to the districts in South Korea. And then the districts can pick and choose which solutions actually match with their district. So this is actually a very effective practice of mapping and curating and contextualizing education to the various districts. That being said, I mean, all of those are good and well, but for Southeast Asian and I think a lot of developing countries, the biggest challenge for entrepreneurs is the access to capital. So, I hear a lot during this event about intersectoral or cross-sectoral understanding and collaboration and solutions. And I think the one sector that education has to marry into is the economics. The economy is very important for education. This is how I see it. And I want to make the case here for local capital providers. You can call it whatever you want, local banks, community banks. It doesn't even have to be a bank. It can be a cooperative offering loans at a small rate. So if you study economics, you'll realize that these local banks actually empower the German economy to become the biggest economy in Europe in the early 20th century. It empowered the US to become the biggest economic boom after World War II. That's why if you go to Seattle and then you go to New York, you will see different banks. It's because the bank specifically serves the Washington state in Seattle. And then it also empowers Japan's economy in the 80s and more recently the economic boom in China. So in Southeast Asia, we have done this before, actually. We have cooperatives in Indonesia trying to provide resources when we were just gaining our independence. But at that time, because Indonesia was such a new country, they actually did this just to provide stationaries. So at CEMIA, we're imagining scaling this up into more upscale solutions, not upscale, but scaled up solutions, including education technology and even AI. And in Singapore, beyond education, they actually have this body called Enterprise Singapore, whereby they actually help SMEs, not only in education, including for financing. So at CEMIA, we ask ourselves, why don't we do this in education? Because it's such a proven way of building a burgeoning entrepreneurship sector. And if it can be beneficial to the economy, why not make it benefit for education sector? So I'll stop there. Thank you very much.
Thank you. This is where this session has been structured. We try first to answer or to find answer around, does the social contract exist, and if it exists, what we should renew in it. The second question was in this session is really to see if there is what shift should be done in the governance approach, and if there is approach or what this approach has been used for that. And I will remind the audience, in the last question, we will direct the question to you about how you see the social contract in the coming 25 years by the 2050. Now we will move to Dr. Abdel Basit Ibn Hassan. Dr. Abdel Basit also, he was one of the activists in the Arab region, trying to make consultation about the social contract. He always focusing and strengthening the participation of the human rights activists to renew the social contract for education in the Arab world. My question may be to Dr. Abdel Basit, why always he insists that the civil society should be a strong partner in renewing the social contract. And to highlight also, it's very important to highlight the last 2 years, his organization, the Arab Human Rights Center in Tunis, they did a lot for that. But the question is why the civil society in the Arab region is important to be involved in this. Please.
Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, I am very privileged because the discussions and the practical experiences and the artistical performances were all important elements that gave us some important answers to some of the really important questions. We talked about educational innovation and educational efficiency, and we also talked about the humanization of education. We talked about the cooperation, solidarity, and the co-construction and the participation, in democratic participation. And we also talked about artificial co-intelligence. So I think that the will for a social contract and humanization of education has to consider everyone's dignity, and it has to go through the question of inclusion, and it has to go through politics. And that is the vision of education, because the Arab Institute for Human Rights has this vision. This vision is also anchored in the Human Rights Declaration, because in its foreword it talks about how you should let the human realize their rights, and there are two ways to do that. And the first one is law, and the second one is education. So it means that education is a way to liberate and to humanize and to give capacities and knowledge to a person. So if you look at the Arab region, it already worked on the modernization of educational system. So in the beginning of the 20th century, we had this kind of educational approach. So in 1950s and 60s, Arab regions became independent countries, and it was based, and their education was based on public school and the integration and equity and legality. And this social contract, of course, went through some social crisis due to the social contracts, and now still the Arab region is suffering this structural crisis. And from a few years, we are trying to think about how we can use this heritage that is already existing, and how we can use this social heritage and try to renew it. And we have started a process essentially in Tunisia, and we worked with our partner, which is UNESCO and the Ministry of Education and many other social organizations. And this process has come to end is coming to an end because we are going through so many debates and discussions, and many decision makers have concluded by making a draft on social contract in Tunisia. And this also encouraged us to try to enlarge this debate on a local, national, and regional level. So we have organized a conference, and at this conference, many organizations like the UNESCO and the International Commission of UNESCO and so many other institutions like the Arab Institute for Human Rights, UN High Commissioner for Human Rights. We have all talked about how to build a consensus, and we were able to draft a series of resolutions. And it talked about what a social contract could be in the Arab world on education. So we think that this type of a tool of social liberation and renewal is important. So there is a document, and this document talks about some of the really important matters, like how to ensure the right to quality lifelong education through inclusive policies. And it talks about how we can advance education transformation through increased investments, political commitments, effective planning, evidence-based strategies, etc. And we can also partner universities and education ministries to build a new social contract for education in Arab countries through research support and applied scientific studies, fostering innovative pedagogical and conceptual approaches. And also, it is important to promote human rights education by integrating its concepts into curricula, supporting national strategies, and establishing coordinated mechanisms with dedicated resources. Also, prioritize inclusive decision-making, allocate the sufficient resources, and transform educational institutions into inclusive hubs, enact comprehensive laws and policies that ensure equitable access. So these are some of the ideas that are the basis of what we are actually working on. And through this, we are trying to have a more inclusive spirit, and we try to be as close as we can to human rights, and we are trying to navigate through this in a space that is not easy. So you already know that the Arab region has a lot of difficulties internally and externally due to wars and some economic problems and some countries that are crumbling. So we are continuously trying to study this social contract, to develop it, and to define our relationship with the society and how we can create a peaceful place for discussion. So we organize with the Global Campaign for Education, which is our partner, a symposium with the Forum on the Futures. And through this symposium, we talked about two important things. The question of innovation and the quality of innovation and ethics has to be a common element. And also, a society where there is a social peace is important, and we have to try to develop this kind of approach and try to elaborate this common future.
I do believe, Abdul Basit, that in the Arab region, this kind of consultation is so important. And to get, if we succeed to get a new social contract in our region, because the region is spoiling. And the education is part of the solution. That's why the social contract on education is so important for us. We will move now to Mr. Didakas Julis. He will put us in the system-wide approaches for the future of the education in the Caribbean and the small island developing states. Please.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. My colleagues before me spoke about the social contracts from the perspective of their various experiences and countries. However, I think it's important to start with a note that the concept of a social contract has, from the very beginning of human civilization, always existed. Whether it is implicit or implied, an implied arrangement of power, balancing rights and obligations, or whether it has been explicit, as expressed in constitutions or formal compacts of negotiated power. Education is one of the domains in which this has been well established, from the establishment of systems of socialization, knowledge transmission, and social progress. So put simply, the social contract for education is expressed implicitly or explicitly in the definition of the purpose of education in every society. In its explicit expression, the education social contract establishes historical intentionality in defining the purpose of education. A society establishes the roadmap of its what and its how and for whom. So looking at the situation of the small island states in the OECS is a grouping of 11 member states in the Eastern Caribbean. The operationalization of a social contract requires intentional governance reforms at the local, national, and regional levels. The OECS education sector strategy provides a strong foundation, but governance must evolve to address contemporary challenges such as equity, innovation, and systemic resilience. If we look at the local level governance, that involves empowering community engagement. At the local level, we are talking about governance reforms that should decentralize decision-making, empower schools and communities to adapt education strategies to local contexts, establish, for example, school boards that include parents, students, and community leaders to ensure representation and responsiveness, promote data-driven accountability, invest in systems to monitor attendance, performance, equity gaps, ensuring that targeted interventions at the community level. Then strengthening school community partnerships, fostering partnerships between schools and local organizations to provide holistic support, including mental health services, extracurricular programs, and extracurricular programs that involve students and learners being actively involved in the improvement of their communities and vocational training. At the national level, the transformations involve changing policy and leadership. At this national level, effective operationalization requires prioritizing equity in resource allocation, addressing disparities by directing more resources to underserved communities or areas, including and especially rural and low-income communities, strengthening, streamlining education ministries, creating a unified governance framework within ministries in order to eliminate overlaps and align policies with our OECS education strategy. Importantly in this effort in streamlining ministries is to rethink the function of ministries of education. We are talking about transforming the ministry from a command center to a service center and making the school the center of gravity of the education system. Then investing in leadership development, build capacity among education leaders to drive innovation and change, particularly as we've heard throughout this forum, in integrating technology and addressing post-pandemic learning losses. At the regional level, the OECS is seeking to strengthen regional governance mechanisms by doing a number of things, creating regional data platforms, a centralized system for tracking educational progress across member states, enabling evidence-based decision-making and benchmarking. Now, let me say that this centralization of the system is more than just for data purposes, because within the OECS, just as in the European Union, in fact, we often think of ourselves as a mini EU-type regional integration construct. This involves the free movement of people, goods and services across the 11 member states. So that centralization of data for tracking is critical. Then harmonization of standards and qualifications, developing region-wide standards for curriculum and teacher training in order to ensure consistency, but while respecting national context. Then enhancing cross-border collaboration, leverage shared resources such as teacher training programs, joint education research, and exchange initiatives to build regional solidarity. In conclusion, the effective operationalization of a social contract for education in our OECS context demands governance reforms at every level. Locally, communities must be empowered. Nationally, policies must prioritize equity and efficiency, and regionally, collaboration and integration must drive collective progress. By embracing these shifts, the OECS can transform education into an equitable growth and sustainable development as a tool for equitable growth and sustainable development, ensuring that every learner truly succeeds.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I like transforming policy, but also transformative decision maker is very important for transforming policy. Thank you all for a beautiful and grateful presentation. Now, the question will be directed to the audience. And the question we were thinking about after all the presentation around the renewing of the education and what needed regarding the approaches and the policies, the strategy, and what the social contract, what kind of the social contract we are thinking. So the question is, what do you think a renewed social contract for education could look like in 2050? We will take 10 answer intervention, and it doesn't have to be questions. You can ask, you can answer, you can give any thoughts. So we will pick 10 and each one will take 1 minute. So for the audience, who would like to start? Please.
So the current education system is centered around best in the world type of education system, best in the world universities, best in in the best schools in the country and so on. What if the new social contract for the future was best for the world? So what would that mean? What would that change for kids, for teachers, for schools, for university, and for UNESCO?
Okay, thank you. Who is? Nobody? Please.
Okay, thank you very much. I think the concept of social contract, there is an underlying assumption that there should be agreement between different voices. So I think there is a conflict and a misunderstanding with each other. How can we manage this assumption behind is also very important, and this is also a question to the speakers. Yeah. How can we understand the disagreement and also to average this disagreement of these discussions or based on this metaphor of social contract? Thank you.
Thank you. We'll see. Please, we will, finally, we will give them each one minute to answer quickly.
Okay. I have one question. I come from China. In these 2 days, we visit some Korea primary school and secondary school. We found that AI maybe means the futures of education in Korea. And just now, you mentioned some future education about a new contract. It's based on the human based. So how do you understand these two images of future school? Can you give more explanation? What's the relationship between the two images of future education? Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Please. Here, there.
Thank you so much. What if the news of the social contract for education implies respecting, supporting, and giving effect to learners' freedom and autonomous thinking? I mean, a strong plea for human rights, democracy, sustainability, peace, and ensuring that every learner in any place, in any context, have the opportunity to think autonomously, with no barriers, with no restrictions. Freedom of learners and also freedom of teachers.
Thank you. There.
Thank you. So my question is, how do we make sure that we are preparing or we are starting our discussion on the futures that is desirable for the next generation? Like, because in our discussion, is pretty much still within this generation. So how do we make sure that what we are planning here is really desirable for our next generation?
Thank you. So, if there is nobody, we will give the speaker, if there is no questions, no intervention, we will give the speakers 1.5 minutes, because we still have time, and try to answer the question that raised out. We'll start? Okay.
C'est bon? I'm going to speak French. Traditionnellement, nous sommes issus d'une conception industrielle de l'éducation.
Usually, we are very much used to the industrial definition of education. And that is why we have high schools with 1,500 students in total, and a significant number of students who are dropping out during and after compulsory education. So the global reports invite us to reflect on the future. The Reimagining Our Futures Together report does this, as do the FOR and Delors reports. And all of these reports tell us that collective challenges can only be addressed with transformative education, but determined actions are necessary to implement them. Therefore, it is necessary to do the following. First, design education as a strategic action of great value to society and deeply transform schools and teachers to make the new social contract more effective. We also have to give the necessary or the needed priority to transforming school organization and the role of teachers to enable more personalized and high-quality learning. And we also have to be able to transform educational systems into agile learning organizations so that we can empower young people to meet the challenges of a constantly as well as rapidly changing world.
Merci. Thank you very much for all your questions. They were very interesting. And Stefania and us, we thought about what is the most correct answer to these questions. Actually, the social contract for education has to be renovated in a dynamic and creative way. Dynamic, why does it need to be dynamic? It means that you have to concentrate attention on the values that are universal, and also we have to give some tools to that can define good practices, and we have to define possibilities so that all different countries can interpret these principles according to their local contracts. And why does it have to be creative? It is because the social contract for education is a multi-agency problem. So we have been participating in UNESCO forums, and we actually heard the word ecosystem, school ecosystem, and it is because I think that this ecosystem is micro and also macro, and it has several different layers. So this necessitates several types of collaboration, and it is micro because we have to make different entities collaborate around schools, and these collaborations have to be intersectorial. There must be different sectors that usually do not work together in schools. For example, a humanism sector or the medical sector, for example. These must all come together and collaborate on the question of education. Also, the intergovernmental partnerships and UNESCO's and other NGOs are important because they have to set and define the social contract objective, and they have to define appropriate processes.
Please try to be committed to the 1 minute and have Kerry, do you want to say?
Thank you, Rafat. I would like to respond a bit to the question that I heard from here. I'm sorry. How to prepare the future generation. So yeah, unfortunately, one of the limitations of human beings is that we cannot predict the future, but I think we can prepare, right? And the way I see it, I guess due to my field in innovation, the biggest, scariest, dare I say, mysterious thing coming up is AI. And so we have to prepare for that because it can change everything, both in education and beyond education. If you look at the Mozilla health report from Internet Health Report from 2020, you see that the data that is fed into the current AI, large language models, out of the top 10, only one came from Asia, which is the Chinese University of Hong Kong. So the data is not diverse enough. So imagine the AI will be the substitute to your children's substitute teachers, right? And imagine them talking not in the local context or in the local way of talking to your children. And because of this, to share a bit about Southeast Asia, some countries in Southeast Asia are moving into this, developing their own open source AI using Southeast Asian data. So we see this in Singapore. They call it Sea Lion. You can open it. You can actually use their AI and then build your own AI system as well. In Indonesia, it is powered by NVIDIA. They call it Sahabat AI. It's AI best friend is the translation.
Thank you.
And then basically things like that. So sovereign AI would be the solution for data privacy and contextualization of education using AI in the future. That's my point. Thank you.
Stefania, you want to say something?
Just, yeah, I want to a quick react on the last question for young generation. And because from our perspective, from our research, we know that they ask not to be left alone during this complicated period facing the challenges we have. And so I think that the future of the social contract could be also give powers to young generation, but also to teachers, because they are at the very heart of the education system. So they must be the guide for students in drifting these challenges, because maybe students, young generation, can learn, can know very well digital world and digital tools, but we know that they ask a strong guide for navigating across these very hard seas we are crossing now. So, yeah, give powers to students and also to teachers.
Thank you. Abdul Basit.
I think that these discussions that we are having from several years on the social contract, it is a very inclusive discussion that considers the local, national context, and it considers young people and students and teachers. And I think this is a good type of transformation, because these last 2 years, this is something we continue hearing. People are worried about the future, and at the same time, there is a will to change. There is a need for change. And I think this reflection about people's lives and people's thoughts, it has to be considered as a process and not as an end, as a conclusion. And actually, we are not starting from zero base. There has already been so many studies and work done to make the education system better and to transform it. And also the debate on social contract is also a process. And of course, there is a confusion among people. People are confused, but we are also trying to navigate these young people, to help them navigate through these incertitudes. And this is okay, because this is a debate process, and this debate process has to help people to navigate these difficulties. And education needs this political decision to make change, and at the same time, education can help us make this change by being in alliance with people's individual wants and also the society's needs and exigencies. And also, this is universal, so we have to try to find common points and universal values. And we have to build this universality on what is already there, on our heritage. And also, secondly, this problem of efficiency and there is a tension around efficiency, and I think there's also a question of equality. So we have to put the question of equality in the heart of every element that we are talking about. So we have to consider inclusion of everyone. So when we think about the social contract, this is a process of creativity, and it cannot resolve all problems, but it is a tool that can let us develop a certain communication between societies.
Yeah, participating in these events sometimes leads me to wonder whether we are serious about the agenda. Because it seems to me, looking at the literature on education change and all of that over many years, that we've talked a lot about making changes in education, but we've done very little effectively. And we keep reinventing concepts. As I said earlier, the whole notion of a social contract is really about what is education supposed to be. That is really the social. The social contract is defining what is the purpose of education in any society. And that purpose has to be, as the Furry report said, and the Dolores report, learning to be, to do, to learn, to live together, to transform oneself and society. Have we done this? No. There are times when, and the multilateral agencies like the World Bank and even UNESCO and so on, have tended to take very siloed approaches. So there's a historical moment when the answer is teacher training. So we do teacher training, but we don't modify the curriculum or prepare teachers to use the curriculum. We don't involve the teachers or the parents or the society in the shaping of that curriculum. So the whole system is out of joint. Now, when you put that in a political context, look at what is happening today. We live in a totally dystopian reality. You know, the level of uncertainty, the volatility in the world today, both political, environmental, climatic, the prevalence of wars and conflicts all over the world, we are totally losing it because we have not anchored education as the fundamental answer to building human civilization and making us increasingly more human. I think that is the essence of the challenge.
Thank you very much. Before thanking the speakers, let me also closing this with my words. The most important things in my point of view also, I will refer, because I came from a special situation, where is the human tragedy there, I am living it day by day. So the most important for me, how to keep your humanity. How to keep, it's very, it's not easy. It's very difficult when you see the human change. We say climate change, there is a human change. Normalization of killing the people, this is, in these recent days, it's something strange as a human. So that's why it's to keep always your humanity is very important. That's why there's no education without a clear, as I said, definition, explicitity of the human being. Because it is not just important to focus what we have, but also to face what we don't have. We speak about empathy, sympathy, solidarity. We have to check as a human if we have it, or we just keep silent. Historically, when we being silent, a massacre has happened, a disaster has happened. The people destroy not just themselves, they destroy the nature, and we keep silent. You cannot I cannot understand how you are, as educators, activists, and you are speaking about social contract of education for the human, a global social contract, and you've been silent when you see something wrong and you don't say nothing. And the most things that we have to think about, education, it is not neutral. When the education became neutral, then we will lose the ability to analyze the ideologies which affect our policies. That's why the education, when it is not neutral, which means that we will teach the student in the classroom how to analyze the ideology which affect the policies, influence their lives. And now, the new liberalism, they pushing us that education should be neutral, which means that we will serve the market at the end. We have to be aware about this when we are speaking about social contract for education and for the human. And finally, some people mentioned about the solidarity. Yes, the empathy is a culture. We have really to fix, if we have it, the culture of the empathy and the sympathy is very important. When those who work in gender issue, if they don't have the culture of sympathy or empathy, they cannot help a woman in a village, victimized woman in order to be really having, why we are having networking in education, why we are coming here as a global, because we want to protect ourselves as a human, and the education is the solution. Thank you. I would like to thank my colleagues, Blanca, Yussi, Stefania, Kerry, Abdel Basit, and Dakdas for their wonderful presentation. And I would like to thank all the audience for their patience and attendance. Thank you. Also, our thankful for our colleague Subhi, who is managing all the things with his colleague Elena and the other colleagues, without mentioning the names for the translator. Thank you for all. Thank you.
It was such a passionate speech and discussion focusing on renewing education as a common good and explore key questions. Now we have concluded the second day of International Forum on the Futures of Education. We would like to express our sincere gratitude to all the participants who engaged in today's program. Additionally, I'd like to remind everyone that there will be no orientation for thematic workshop tomorrow. Thematic Parallel Session 2 will begin at 9:45 a.m. in each meeting room tomorrow. Therefore, we kindly ask your request for your attendance. You can check the room assignment for Thematic Parallel Workshop on the screen. Additionally, there will be shuttle buses to hotel departing from the forum venue at 7:40 p.m. The shuttles will be available between Gate 1 and 2 near our main entrance. We hope that today's discussion and session have inspired new ideas for futures of education, and we look forward to continuing this journey of shaping new generation of learning and imagining education. This is Ji-hye Lee from Korean National Commission for UNESCO, and thank you. Hope you have a peaceful evening.